Senate will come to order. The senators will please take their seats. Those persons not entitled to the privilege of the floor will please retire to the gallery. The senators in attendance will stand and be led in prayer by the Reverend Harry D. Long, Sycamore Presbyterian Church, Midlothian, Virginia. The senators will remain standing and be led in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America by Senate Page Charles Alton Bruce IV.
Let us pray. Almighty God, creator of heaven and earth, author of life, giver of every good and perfect gift, thank you for our system of government with its checks and balances, the divisions of powers of government among its various branches, and the accountability of all representatives to the will of the people through election. Such a system does not establish an ideal state, nor could any system of government, for our corruption resides within us. But it does protect us from the tyranny and despotism of unchecked power in the hands of any one person or small group of people. Give us, therefore, as citizens of this Commonwealth, a sense of gratitude for our government and respect for its authority. Thank you for the representatives standing here today, and give them insight and restraint in exercising the powers of government. Grant wisdom in handling the complex issues that are before them, to know how best to promote the common welfare while protecting and preserving the life and freedoms of every person. Enable us from every faith and persuasion to live alongside each other in peace and community, relying not on the coercive power of government to force our perspectives on each other, but on the persuasive powers of our various messages. This commitment to protect the freedoms of other faiths applies to my own. May the Church rely on the power of the gospel to change hearts and minds, rather than on the power of government merely to change behavior. And then, as the conscience of our society is so molded, grant that the expression of our consciences together would result in laws that are pleasing to you. We pray for repentance and forgiveness, for reconciliation and restoration where hurts have been great and grievances have run deep. Renew in us a right spirit. Restore us to yourself. Redeem us from our sins. Reconcile us to one another through Jesus Christ the Lord, in whose name I pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good job.
Y'all heard that? Heard that bar? It's great. The clerk will call the roll. All those in attendance will please record their vote aye. The clerk will close the roll.
You have a quorum, Mr. President. Senate Journal for Tuesday, February 12, 2019.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The senator from Chesterfield, Senator Chase, moves that the reading of the journal be waived. All in favor of waiving the reading of the journal will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 36, noes 2.
Ayes 36, noes 2. The reading of the journal is waived. The clerk will report any communication from the House of Delegates. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I respectfully move we waive the reading of any communications received from the House of Delegates.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the reading of the communication from the House of Delegates be waived? All in favor of waiving the reading will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 2.
Ayes 37, noes 2. The reading of the communication from the House of Delegates is waived. Clerk, report any communication from the governor.
I do not have any, sir.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now comes a time in the morning hour we have the privilege and honor of welcoming our distinguished guests.
Mr. President.
Senator from Northern Chesapeake, Senator Spruill.
Before you do that, I just want to let the journal reflect that my seatmate is out on personal business.
Thank the Senator. The journal will so note. And as mentioned, now is the time of the morning hour where we have the privilege and honor of welcoming our distinguished guests here to the Senate gallery. And I will give my daily reminder that the way this will proceed is that a senator will stand up and recognize an individual or group. I will then offer the warm welcome of the Senate, and we will wait to the very end, and we will all clap together. I'd like to begin by recognizing the Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I arrived for the purpose of two introductions.
Thank you, Senator. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate. First, Mr. President, we have in the gallery with us today representatives from the Get Ahead of Stroke effort, including two of the Commonwealth's leading stroke physicians, Dr. Pangaja Ramakrishnan and Dr. Parash Patel. These doctors are involved with some exciting efforts to improve health outcomes for severe stroke patients with work they're doing right here in Virginia. And, Mr. President, I would share also I've had the opportunity at the national level through the National Conference of State Legislatures to work on policy on some of these issues dealing with severe stroke patients. Mr. President, I hope it's the pleasure of the Senate to welcome these individuals to the Capitol.
I thank the Senator. Would our friends from Get Ahead of Stroke in the gallery please rise if you are able? Thank you all so much for joining us here today in the Senate. We are honored by your presence and deeply grateful for your work on such an important health issue for everyone here in the Commonwealth of Virginia. We know that stroke can be very debilitating, but also that there are things that can be done to prevent it and to help people who have gone through it. And it takes leaders like you to highlight this issue, to get information out, to educate the public, and to make us healthier and to able to lead better lives. So I would ask everyone to please join me in extending the warmest welcome of the Senate to our leaders from Get Ahead of Stroke. You all hear that barking. Today's going to be really rough. Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the Senate. Also, I'd like to call your attention to that we have in today a group of individuals from around the Commonwealth representing the Virginia Organizing Project. Mr. President, members of the Senate, I think we're all aware this group has become a widespread grassroots organization working on policy on various issues, some of which some of us agree with, some of us disagree with, but they bring home the issues to us and have become very widespread in our communities in working on issues of concern to all our constituents. So, Mr. President, hope you'll recognize this group of individuals representing Virginia Organizing.
I thank the Senator. Would our leaders from Virginia Organizing in the gallery please rise if you are able? Thank you all so much for joining us here today, and thank you also for your work and your advocacy all throughout the Commonwealth of Virginia, particularly on behalf of those who don't often have a voice in our process. It's important that leaders stand up for them and fight for issues that really go to the heart of whether or not someone can achieve the American dream, provide for their family, and rise. And so we are grateful to each one of you as citizen leaders. And I would ask everyone please join me in extending the warmest welcome of the Senate to our leaders from Virginia Organizing. The senior senator from Richmond City, Senator Sturtevant.
Mr. President, I rise for an introduction.
Thank you, Senator. You have the floor.
Mr. President, members of the Senate, we got off to a great start this morning from the Reverend Harry D. Long. He offered the beautiful invocation this morning to start the Senate session. Reverend Long is the senior pastor at Sycamore Presbyterian Church in Midlothian. It's a phenomenal church. He's been there for 20-plus years. They do great work in the community. We're very proud of them and very happy to have Reverend Long here today. And he's joined, Mr. President, in the gallery with two guests, Kirby Birch as well as Denny Pritchard. And I'd ask that we offer Reverend Long, Kirby Birch, and Denny Pritchard the warm welcome of the Senate.
I thank the senator. Would Reverend Harry D. Long, Kirby, and Denny please rise in the gallery if you are able? Thank you all so much for joining us today. Reverend Long, thank you for that really beautiful, thoughtful, and moving prayer. I know we all appreciated it, getting us off to the right foot, in the right spirit. And so we are grateful to you for your moral leadership. I think you said you've been pastor of the church since 1982, and originally from Chattanooga, Tennessee. But fortunately, you've made your home in the Commonwealth of Virginia, and we are grateful to you and your family for all that you do. And Denny and Kirby, thank you all for your leadership, all that you do, for joining us here today. You are welcome back here anytime. And I would ask everyone please to join me and extend the warmest welcome of the Senate to our three distinguished guests. The junior senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise for two introductions.
Thank you, Senator. You have the floor.
Or two groups at least. Joining us in the gallery today, we have participants in the Virginia Society of Association Executives Association Leadership Program, Leadership Virginia program. This is a unique program that is a year-long cohort-style leadership journey for association professionals at all career stages who wish to further develop their leadership. The participants are learning about their own leadership styles as they learn about the important aspects of running a membership organization here in the Commonwealth. And I had an opportunity to meet with them this morning to talk about different kinds of leadership and how, regardless of the discipline, certain skills are important to cultivate to be successful. And I ask that you give them a warm welcome.
I thank the senator. Would our leaders from the Virginia Society of Association Executives Leadership Program please rise in the gallery if you are able? Thank you all so much for joining us here today. Thank you for all that you do to be examples of leadership and to promote leadership throughout the Commonwealth of Virginia. It is something that is important in this day and every day, and so we are grateful to you for the examples that you all have set, for how you're helping this Commonwealth rise to the better angels of our nature. And so I would ask everyone please to join me in extending the warmest welcome of the Senate to our leaders from the Virginia Society of Association Executives Leadership Program. Junior Senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. President. My next introduction, I have a record number of interns this year, and 4 of the 6 are here in the gallery with us today. I want to briefly introduce them. Allison Potts is a senior from Maggie Walker Governor's School here in Richmond. Brenda Wacobia is a second-year Master of Social Work student at Virginia Commonwealth University. Claire Comey, a senior at the University of Richmond, completing her Bachelor's of Arts in Political Science with a double major in journalism. And Liz Fauché, a senior at Virginia Commonwealth University, double majoring in Political Science and Philosophy, with a concentration in Civil Rights and Law. 2 that were unable to be here today but have been helping us since the summer are Taylor Fisher, a second-year law student at the University of Richmond, and Heather Peterson, a second-year Master of Social Work. I introduce them all and tell you their different backgrounds because I think sometimes we think that political science and government students tend to be the track that our interns go, but what we do here is a little bit of social work, a little bit of psychology, a little bit of criminal justice, a little bit of journalism, a little bit of law, and I think having interns from all of those different disciplines to see that they have a role here, regardless of what their major is very important.
I thank the senator. Would Claire, Elizabeth, Brenda, and Allison please rise in the gallery if you are able? Thank you all so much for being here today. Thank you also for your great work for Senator McClellan and also for the entire Commonwealth of Virginia. We can only function by having really bright people support the work that's going on here every single day. And you guys are the brightest of the bright. And I know you're working for a wonderful senator who does tremendous work, cares very deeply about the Commonwealth of Virginia. And so you are leaders in your own right today, and you will be leaders in the future. And we look forward to all the great things that you're going to do. So I would ask everyone please to join me in extending the warmest welcome of the Senate to our 4 distinguished guests. Senator from Williamsburg, Senator Mason.
Mr. President, I rise for the purpose of an introduction.
Thank the Senator. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, you'll often hear me stand up and say on behalf of the Senator from Hampton, the Senator from James City County, except for sometimes when I forget, and I'm embarrassed about that. But today, on behalf of every senator on this floor, we have Newport News Shipbuilding here in the audience. And that is really the crown jewel of manufacturing in this world and in the Commonwealth. And this year, in about a week, if I get my act together, you're going to approve a resolution for the 100th anniversary of the apprentice school. So not just the shipyard, the apprentice school that's been training people on site to build these world-class vessels on the Virginia Peninsula and beyond. And Mr. President, there's a foundry there that dates back before the shipyard. So if you haven't been to see it, everybody here should take a day in their life, because it's one of those places when you have the benefit of touring, people say to you, hey, and this is really cool. So they love their work, they believe in their work, and they enjoy their work, and we're all the better for it, Mr. President. So I hope you'd give them the warm welcome and our thanks.
I thank the Senator. Would our friends from Newport News Shipbuilding in the gallery please rise if you are able? Thank you all so much for joining us here today. I echo and follow the eloquent words of the Senator from Williamsburg, Senator Mason, about the importance of the work that you do every single day. It truly is a crown jewel and a marvel. Many of us have gotten to travel to visit you. It's really an incredible sight to behold. And you not only are supporting so many people in our economy, 22,000 employees, and it's like its own city. When you go down there, I've been at the gates at 5 a.m., seeing the brave men and women who go back and forth to manufacture things that really support our nation's mission around the world. And so we are proud to have you here in the Commonwealth of Virginia. I know the Senator from James City County, Senator Norman, joins all the other 40 senators in expressing our gratitude for what you do and what you mean to Virginia and to this country. So God bless you all. Look forward to seeing you again soon. I would ask everyone to please join me in extending the warmest welcome of the Senate to our leaders from Newport News Shipbuilding. Senior Senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Wagner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise for purposes of an introduction.
I thank the Senator. You have the floor.
And all our guests are important, Mr. President, but once in a while we get a group that just amazes me and astounds me, and it gives me an unbelievable great deal of pleasure to introduce them. We have visiting with us today, Mr. President, the Men of Faith. This is an organization of African-American men focused on empowering young African-American men in the Virginia Beach public school system to become more successful individuals, achieve academically, and demonstrate positive behaviors. Men of Faith assist the school personnel to better understand young African-American men and solicits our partnership toward improved achievement of these students in the Virginia Beach public school system. Their faith-based partnership with the community serves to present many of these students with a strong male role model and the tools to be successful in their endeavors. Their vision and mission are simple: to ensure success of Virginia Beach youth from adolescence to adulthood, and to mentor, educate, and train youth to grow into responsible adults. Mr. President, this is not something that was created a year or two ago. This has been ongoing in the city of Virginia Beach now for 12 years. It's made some huge positive results, and I ask you that you give them the warm welcome of the Senate.
I thank the Senator. Would our leaders from Men of Faith please rise in the gallery if you are able? Thank you all so much for joining us here today. I echo and second the eloquent words of the Senior Senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Wagner. This is a beautiful sight to behold. I got a chance to meet every single one of you there in the gallery, and I was so deeply impressed at your poise, your intelligence, your composure, and your optimism. We know that you all will do great things in your lives. You have people who believe in you, who trust you, who want to see you go as high and as far as God would provide. And so keep your faith. It will get you through absolutely anything. Ephesians 6:11, put on the full armor of God, and you can deal with absolutely anything, and you will thrive and be elevated as a result. I am proud of you personally. I am you. And I promise you, we will rise together. I ask everyone to please join me to extend the warmest welcome of the Senate to our leaders from the Men of Faith. Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon. I rise for the purpose of an introduction.
Good afternoon, Senator. You have the floor.
This morning in the gallery, this afternoon in the gallery, we have with us some more nurse midwives. They visited us earlier this year. We have actually the Association of Certified Nurse Midwives with their new president-elect, Katie Page. And Mr. President, I just want everybody to know that they're using their low interventional skills to support and encourage us, and probably also keeping a very close eye on us. So please welcome ACNM.
Thank the Senator. Would our leaders from the nurse midwives in the gallery with us please rise if you are able? I see you. Wave a hand. If you see in the back. Thank you all so much for joining us here today. Again, I have the honor and the privilege of meeting each one of you in the gallery as well. We are deeply grateful for the work that you are doing around mortality, maternal mortality at birth, and helping to address that very serious issue here in Virginia. As I mentioned to you all, my sister is a labor and delivery nurse, and so this is something that I am familiar with and know the importance of, and it really takes leaders like you all to help us help everyone thrive and be healthy and be safe and to protect our mothers and our children. You gave me this beautiful rose that you are all wearing today as a sign of your commitment, and we are grateful to you. We support you, and I would ask everyone to please join me in extending the warmest welcome of the Senate to our leaders and friends from the nurse midwives. Senator from Northwestern Fairfax, Senator Boysko.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise for an introduction.
Senator, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, it is my honor to introduce some of my constituents and friends. They are the students, teachers, and parents from the Al-Fadi Academy. And they are here visiting us in the 7th grade is here today. The Academy serves elementary and middle school grades. It was established in 1999 specifically to cultivate and nurture a thriving American Muslim identity that balances religious, academic, and cultural knowledge and imparts the importance of civic involvement and charitable work. And they absolutely do that. Each year, those students, many of them live in my community, write letters to me about the issues they care about most, including the environment, transportation, and education. I've enjoyed getting to know them over the years and working with them, seeing their hard work and answering their questions. Mr. President, I ask that you give them a warm Senate welcome.
I thank the Senator. Would our friends and leaders from the Al-Fadi Academy in the gallery please rise if you are able? Thank you all so much for joining us here today. I likewise got the honor and privilege of meeting each of you earlier today, and we are so proud of you, so grateful to you for your leadership and your moral leadership here in the Commonwealth of Virginia. I'd like to say assalamu alaikum, and we bring you greetings and peace, and we are grateful for all that you do, proud of you and your families, and of course you're welcome back here to your capital anytime. And I would ask everyone to please join me and extend the warmest welcome of the Senate to our friends from the Al-Fadi Academy. Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Thank you, Mr. President. Rise for the purposes of an introduction.
Thank the Senator. You have the floor.
Mr. President, my seatmate asked who let the dogs out, and couldn't pass that up, Mr. President. And I advised him it was dogs on call who have dogs with us today. As many people probably in this body and certainly around, dogs are what can be very comforting and relaxing to many individuals, particularly in times of stress, and Dogs on Call is here as part of that mission to show what dogs can do as a resource through people's times of need. If you could offer them the warm welcome of the Senate.
I thank the Senator. Would our friends and leaders from Dogs on Call please bark or rise in the gallery if you are able? Thank you all so much for being here today. It's been a great joy and a pleasure for all of us to have the comfort of these beautiful animals who are really part of the family. And what you provide over at VCU for patients and their families can't be measured in terms of your kindness and what you do to comfort people in their time of need. So thank you for your compassion, your empathy, for all that you're doing for so many people, and specifically to Kepler, Moose, Gabby, Wiley, and Otis. We send you our best. We love you all, and I would ask everyone to please join me and extend the warmest welcome of the Senate to our friends from Dogs on Call. Senator from Petersburg, Senator Dance.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise for an introduction.
Thank the Senator. You have the floor.
Mr. President, joining us in the gallery and around the Capitol today are registered dietitians and students from across Virginia who have traveled to Richmond to advocate for the dietetics profession. The Virginia Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics represents over 1,500 members who serve the citizens of the Commonwealth by using their food and nutrition expertise to promote optimal nutrition, health, and well-being. Mr. President, I would ask you to please extend to them the warm welcome of the Senate.
I thank the Senator. Would our leaders from the Virginia Academy of Nutritionists and Dietetics please rise in the gallery if you are able? What a great group. Thank you all so much for joining us here today. Thank you for your leadership in such an important field that goes to whether or not our families and our young people in particular can be healthy, lead productive lives. And this is really at the core of people's ability to live for a long time and to be very productive. And so we are grateful to you. We are only eating salad today for lunch, just so you know. And we appreciate all that you do and all that you mean here to the Commonwealth of Virginia. I would ask everyone to please join me in extending the warmest welcome of the Senate to our leaders and friends from the Virginia Academy of Nutritionists and Dietetics. Do any other senators wish to be recognized for purposes of an introduction? Is there any business to come before the Senate in the morning hour? Seeing none, the clerk will call the calendar.
Senate calendar for Wednesday, February 13th, 2019.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, as you are aware, today all revenue bills must be reported out. Consequently, we're going to jump around on the calendar a little bit. Ordinarily, we would take up the Senate bills under unfinished business, which I believe are on pages 1 through 11. Mr. President, I'm going to respectfully move that we temporarily pass by all the Senate bills on unfinished business on pages 1 through 11, which would include Senate Bill 1031 through Senate Bill 1727, and we will come back to those at a later moment, sir.
Thank the Senator. Without objection, all Senate bills on unfinished business will be passed by temporarily with the exception of Senate Bills 1521, 1542, and 1727.
Page 8. Senate Bill 1521 has passed the House with an amendment.
Senator from Grayson, Senator Carrico.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we concur with the House amendment and explain why.
Senator has the floor.
Currently, this is dealing with the handheld photo speed devices. Currently, when the state police are in these construction zones, they have their lights activated. This amendment would just say that the law enforcement vehicle present there would be operating the blue lights while they're sitting there and operating the handheld device, so nobody feels like they're entrapped. I hope we accept the amendments.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1521? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate concur with the House amendment on Senate Bill 1521? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 30, noes 8.
Ayes 30, noes 8. The Senate concurs with the House amendment.
Page 9. Senate Bill 1542 has passed the House with a substitute.
Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Surville.
Mr. President, I move that we accept the House amendments. And speaking to that motion.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, the House had one little tweak to this bill. This has to do with waiving filing fees for uncontested divorces. Our bill, when it came through, said there was going to be a rebuttable presumption that if you're receiving TANF or other kinds of social welfare programs like that, you don't have to pay. The House just took away the rebuttable presumption and said if you certify under oath that you're on receiving assistance from the government, then the fee is waived. And again, I'd move that we accept the amendment.
Mr. President.
Former Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain rise.
Mr. President, could this go by for the day? Oh, I'm sorry. Could this go by temporarily?
Without objection, Senate Bill 1542 will go by temporarily.
Page 11, Senate Bill 1727 has passed the House with an amendment.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to ask that the Senate concur with the House amendment and speaking to that.
Senator has the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the tobacco product-related bill that raised the age for purchase from 18 to 21, and the only change that they made was consistent with the House bill, which had 21 on that. So I'd ask that we concur with that.
Thank you, Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1727? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate concur with the House amendment? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 32, no 6.
Ayes 32, no 6. The Senate concurs with the House amendment. Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, returning to page 4, Senate Bill 1217. Mr. President, I'll let it go by temporarily. Thank you, sir.
Okay, without objection, Senate Bill 1727 will go by temporarily.
Returning to page 9, Senate Bill 1542. We can wait.
Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servell.
Right. Eating my lunch here. I'm, again, renew my motion that the amendments, we accept the House amendments. I think there's now peace in the valley on that. I've already explained it.
Thanks, Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1542? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate concur with the House substitute? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 32, no 7.
Ayes 32, no 7. The Senate concurs with the House substitute.
Page 11, uncontested calendar, House bills on third reading.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. As it relates to all House bills on the uncontested on the third calendar, which would include all House bills on pages 11 through 16, including House Bill 1675 through House Bill 2678, I would ask that all of those House bills on the uncontested calendar be passed by for the day.
Yeah, just a voice vote. Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Question is, shall the House bills on the uncontested calendar, third reading, pages 11 through 16, House Bill 1675 through House Bill 2678, be passed by for the day? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Bills will be passed by for the day.
On page 17, regular calendar, House bills on third reading.
Mr. President, I would now ask that all of the House bills on the third reading on the regular calendar, except on page 20, House Bill 2748, be passed by temporarily.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the bills on the regular calendar, House bills on third reading, be passed by temporarily with the exception of House Bill 2748? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bills will be passed by temporarily.
Page 20, House Bill 2748, reported from the Committee for Courts of Justice with a substitute.
Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, I move that the committee substitute be agreed to.
Question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to. Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, I move that the bill pass. This is the now the tobacco vaping ban under age 21 that has been conformed to the format in which it left the Senate. So with that, I would move that the bill pass.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on House Bill 2748? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 2748 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 32, no 7.
Ayes 32, no 7. House Bill 2748 passes.
Page 20, uncontested calendar, House bills on second reading.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I would now move that all of the House bills on the second reading on both the uncontested and regular calendar, that the rules of the Senate be suspended, and that the second constitutional reading of the titles be dispensed with, and that would include all House bills on pages 20 through 53, including House Bill 1700 through House Bill 2768, with the following exceptions. Oh, I'm sorry. Next time. I move the rules be suspended.
Question is, shall the rules be suspended and the second reading of the titles of House bills on the uncontested and regular calendars, pages 20 through 53, House Bill 1700, House Bill 2768, be dispensed with? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The reading of the titles is dispensed with. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would now move that all of the House bills which find themselves on the third reading be passed by for the day with the following exceptions. On page 20, House Bill 1700. Page 21, House Bill 1722. Page 21, House Bill 1816. Page 22, House Bill 2026. Page 22, House Bill 2186. Page 23, House Bill 2482. Page 23, House Bill 2539. Page 23, House Bill 2540. Page 24, House Bill 2651. Page 24, House Bill 2776. On the regular calendar, on page 48, House Bill 1932. Page 49, House Bill 1939. Page 49, House Bill 2441. And page 50, House Bill 2718. Mr. President, all those bills are revenue bills on the uncontested and regular calendar.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the bills go by for the day, with the exception of the bills just mentioned by Senator from James City County, Senator Norman? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Those bills will go by for the day. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would now move that all of the House bills on the uncontested calendar, which are revenue bills, that they be placed on their final passage in the block after the amendments have been adopted. Any senator who may desire to remove one of these bills from the block will please do so after the clerk has read the number of that bill.
Question is, shall the House bills now on the uncontested calendar, third reading, identified by the Senator from James City County, Senator Norman, be placed upon their final passage in a block after the adoption of any amendments thereto, with the understanding that any senator desiring a bill be removed from the block will do so after the clerk has read the number of the bill. All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The bills are before us in the block. The clerk will read the number of the bills.
Page 20, House Bill 1700, reported from the Committee on Finance with Senate amendments substituted for House amendments.
Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Mr. President, I move the committee substitute be agreed to.
All right, committee amendments?
Yes.
Amendments? The amendments? Yes. Okay. Question is, shall the committee amendments be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendments are agreed to.
House Bill 1722, reported from the Committee on Finance with a substitute.
Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the committee substitute be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Mr. President.
Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Souter.
Now that the substitute has been agreed to, can House Bill 1722 please come out of the block?
Without objection, House Bill 1722 will be removed from the block.
House Bill 1816, reported from the Committee on Finance. House Bill 2026, reported from the Committee on Finance with amendment.
Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the committee amendment be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendment be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is agreed to.
House Bill 2186, reported from the Committee on Commerce and Labor with amendment.
Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Mr. President, I move the committee amendment be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendment be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is agreed to.
House Bill 2482, reported from the Committee on Finance. House Bill 2539, reported from the Committee on Finance with amendment.
Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Mr. President, I move the committee amendment be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendment be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is agreed to.
House Bill 2540, reported from the Committee on Finance with amendment.
Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Mr. President, I move the committee amendment be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendment be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is agreed to.
House Bill 2651, reported from the Committee for Courts of Justice with an amendment and reported from the Committee on Finance.
Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, I move the committee amendments.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendment be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is agreed to.
House Bill 2776, reported from the Committee on Finance.
Question is, shall the House bills pass in the block? That is all bills except for House Bill 1722. All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The bills in the block pass.
Returning to page 21, House Bill 1722.
Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate, you will recall this bill as it came through the Senate. It deals with the sales tax collections on remote sales. The bills, I think, are now in agreement with the substitute that we have on it, which will allow us after July 1st and for some up to 90 days from that for these marketplace facilitators to begin collecting sales tax on internet remote purchases. So I would hope the Senate would pass the bill.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on House Bill 1722? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 1722 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 36, noes 3.
Ayes 36, noes 3. House Bill 1722 passes.
On page 48, House Bill 1932, a bill relating to permit fees, mineral mining, reported from the Committee on Finance.
Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Mr. President, I would move that the bill pass. And speaking to that,
Senator has the floor.
This bill increased the reason it came to finance is because it increased some fees, certain permit fees for mineral mining. And if there's any further explanation needed, I would yield to the chair of the Agriculture Committee.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on House Bill 1932? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 1932 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 33, noes 6.
Ayes 33, no 6. House Bill 1932 passes.
Mr. President.
Senior Senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a request. Can we make sure that everybody is adhering to the rules of the floor? Somebody's phone keeps going off, and it's extremely distracting. So if they can put that on vibrate, I think we'd all appreciate it. Thank you.
Ring, ring, ring. Thank the Senator. So noted.
House Bill 1939, a bill relating to the Department of Professional and Occupational Regulation, adjustment of fees by regulatory boards, distribution of excess fees to regulants. Reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology with amendments.
Senator from Mecklenburg, Senator Ruff.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the committee amendments.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendments be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendments are adopted. Senator from Mecklenburg, Senator Ruff.
I move that the bill pass. This deals with the DPOR and the JLARC study that looked at what was happening over there and what needed to happen.
Done?
Okay. All right. This amendment puts a reenactment date on to allow the funds that are currently being used to upgrade their IT. So I move the bill pass.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on House Bill 1939? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 1939 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Mr. President, I'm not whining this time.
Ayes 36,
hold on one
2.
second, Senator.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Ayes 36, noes 2. House Bill 1939 passes. Senior Senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove.
Mr. President, having voted on the prevailing side whereby we passed House Bill 1932, I'd ask that we reconsider that vote.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the vote by which House Bill 1932 passed be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The motion is agreed to. Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Mr. President. Having previously explained, I move the bill pass.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall House Bill 1932 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 31, noes 8.
Ayes 31, noes 8. House Bill 1932 passes.
House Bill 2441, a bill relating to special identification cards without photographs, fee, confidentiality, penalties. Reported from the Committee on Finance.
Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move the bill passed and speak to that.
Thank you, Senator. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill, introduced by the delegate from Rockingham, would provide a method whereby identification cards could be issued without a photograph. There is within the community that I reside in and the delegate resides in a large settlement of individuals that it is against their religious convictions to have their picture taken. And so this will set up a mechanism and fees that they will pay in order to have this courtesy. It does not give them any privileges of driving. So I hope it will be the pleasure to pass the bill.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on House Bill 2441? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 2441 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 2.
Ayes 37, noes 2. House Bill 2441 passes.
House Bill 2718, a bill relating to the Interstate 81 corridor. Interstate 81 Corridor Improvement Fund report. Reported from the Committee on Transportation with a substitute and reported from the Committee on Finance.
Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would, has the amendment been passed from Transportation yet? No.
Sure. Senator from Grayson, Senator Carrico.
Speaking of the bill. Amendment.
Move the substitute.
Move the committee substitute.
Thank the Senator. The question is,
these phones are just driving me insane.
I can hear you now. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate, I move the bill passed and speak to that briefly.
Thank you, Senator. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate, I think the senator from Rockingham would agree that this really didn't need to come back to Finance after the Transportation Committee amended it. It does lay out a very important plan for Interstate 81. It does not include tolls or any other funding mechanism, but it is a very important plan for us to advance as we then seek to figure out how to fund that plan. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on House Bill 2718? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 2718 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 35, noes 4.
Ayes 35, noes 4. House Bill 2718 passes. Senate will be at ease. Senate will come to order. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to respectfully move that the Senate stand in recess until 1:35. That will give staff an opportunity to catch up on the work that we've done on the revenue bills. Also, I will remind you that the House of Delegates approaches their calendar a little bit differently than we do, and that's not a criticism. They do not gather all of the revenue bills in a block and deal with them like that. They go through their entire calendar and take the revenue bills up as they appear on the calendar. So with that, Mr. President, I would respectfully ask that the Senate stand in recess until 1:35 and that the Senate Republican caucus retire to the prayer meeting room immediately.
Thank the Senator. Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke, wish to recognize. Okay. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Yes, sir. Let me regroup just a minute, Mr. President. If on recess the Finance Committee could meet immediately at Senator Hanger's desk, and then immediately after that, if the Senate Republican caucus would retire to the prayer room.
Committee on Finance will meet immediately upon recess at the chairman's desk.
Thank the Senator. The Senate will stand in recess until 1:35 p.m. Senate will come to order. The senators will please take their seats. Those persons not entitled to the privilege of the floor will please retire to the gallery. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Good evening, Mr. President. How are you, sir?
Good evening, sir. Doing well, thank you.
Madam Clerk, inquiring, have we received any communications from the House of Delegates as it relates to revenue bills?
No, sir.
Mr. President, further inquiring.
Senator, has the floor.
Madam Clerk, has the Senate staff communicated any of the Senate's actions on revenue bills at this point?
No, sir.
Madam Clerk, is it the intention of the clerk's office to hold the Senate action on the House revenue bills until such time as we receive a communication from the House of Delegates?
Upon the direction of the Senate, yes, sir.
Mr. President, moving to another subject.
Senator, has the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, for those of you that are not on the Senate Finance Committee, consider yourself blessed sometimes. In the last couple of days, things have been moving at a very, very rapid pace, and sometimes there are oversights, and we had one significant oversight. So, Mr. President, I am going to ask for the unanimous consent to introduce a bill on behalf of Virginia Beach. And the purpose of that bill is very consistent with what Virginia Beach has done in the past. A number of years ago, before some of you were in the Senate, Virginia Beach was pursuing some national franchises, and they thought they had one particular franchise, and as I recall, they were called the Rhinos, and they were an NHL team that was going to be put in Virginia Beach. They have a 550-acre site there, and they have a memorandum of understanding with the developer who is going to develop it into a sports and entertainment complex. And they need a piece of legislation introduced because what they will do is, in order to bond it and finance it, they need an identifiable and sustainable source of revenue. And what they are requesting is something very consistent with what they've done in the past, and that is to receive a portion of the state sales tax, but it does not include any of the money that would go to the Transportation Trust Fund, doesn't include any of the money that would go to public education, so they will not be taking it, and it does not include any of the transportation money that would apply either to Northern Virginia or to Hampton Roads. So with that explanation, I respectfully ask for consent to introduce the bill, sir.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate grant consent to introduce the bill mentioned by Senator from James City County, Senator Norman? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The consent of the Senate is granted to introduce the bill.
Having said that, Mr. President, I appreciate very much the courtesy. I know it would shock some of you in here that there are actually some people who don't like taxes. And the good news is that you'll have an opportunity to vote against the bill if you are not embracing a tax situation. So you'll have that opportunity to go on record.
Thank the Senator.
Returning to page 1 of the calendar, Unfinished Business Senate. Senate Bill 1031 has passed the House with amendment.
Senator from Chesterfield, Senator Chase.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise for the purpose of concurring and agreeing to the House amendments.
Senator, has the floor.
So basically, at the beginning of line 13, these are just some technical amendments, striking the word mislead and inserting the word influence the conduct or activities of.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1031? Seeing none, the question is...
Yes, Mr. President.
Senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben.
I would ask the senator if this was the same bill that dealt with making a false report to on a bomb threat or that sort of thing.
Senator Ross for a question.
Actually, thank you to the gentleman. What I would say to the gentleman, and this is related to a specific incident that occurred in Chesterfield on May the 20th at a Walmart parking lot in Chesterfield, in which there was a fake abduction with the intent to make it appear real and post videos of people's reactions to the event on social media.
I thank the gentlewoman.
Senator. Question is, shall the Senate concur with the House amendment regarding Senate Bill 1031? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 1.
Ayes 38, noes 1. The Senate concurs with the House amendment.
Senate Bill 1044 has passed the House with a substitute.
Senator from Loudoun, Senator Black.
Mr. President, I move that we concur with the House substitute with the recommendation, however, that we reject it. And the purpose of this, we are fairly close, but we just need a little bit more time to work on it. So I would ask the members to reject the House amendments.
Thank you, Senator. Here's Senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking to the amendment.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to remind the body, this is the bill that adds to, I believe, Loudoun County, maybe some other localities' ability, deals with their authority for parking ordinances. But in the committee, as part of the deliberation, there was an amendment added that expanded a cap on certain violation fees that 2 jurisdictions currently have to all jurisdictions without those jurisdictions being there. I think they are now at least talking, but I just remind the body that for those of you who were concerned about expanding that cap statewide, the House or the amendment strips the amendment that expanded that cap statewide.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1044? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate concur with the House substitute? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 22, no 17.
Ayes 22, no 17. Senate Bill 1044, the Senate concurs with the House substitute.
Senate Bill 1047 has passed the House with a substitute.
Senior Senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the recommendation that it be rejected, I move that we accept the House substitute. And speaking to that.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. The House substitute actually puts a Class 1 misdemeanor as a penalty on the bill. In all open honesty and truthfulness, I like the way it is here, but the Senate Courts of Justice Committee voted to put this bill out the way that the Senate wanted it. And so that being said, I ask that we reject the House amendment.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1047? Seeing none, with the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the Senate concur with the House substitute? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 0, noes 39.
Ayes 0, noes 39. The Senate does not concur with the House substitute. Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, having voted on the prevailing side by which we accepted the House substitute to Senate Bill 1031 on page 1 of the calendar, I move that we reconsider that vote.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the vote by which the Senate concurred with the House amendment regarding Senate Bill 1031 be reconsidered. All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President, upon reflection, I think I would ask the members to reject the House amendment, and I believe that the patron is in agreement, which will give us a little bit more opportunity to reflect upon the wisdom of the action of the House committee.
Thank the senator. With the recommend,
Mr. President.
Senior Senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove.
I would like to remind the body that, yes, this bill does cap parking fees at 7. I'd like to remind the body that I'm going to sit down and be quiet.
Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1031? Seeing none, and with the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the Senate concur with the House substitute? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 0, noes 39.
Ayes 0, noes 39. The Senate does not concur with the House amendment.
Mr. President.
Senator from Grayson, Senator Carrico.
Having voted on the prevailing side in which we passed the House amendments to Senate Bill 1044, I ask that we reconsider that vote.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the vote by which the Senate concurred with the House substitute be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The motion is agreed to. Senator from Loudoun, Senator Black.
Mr. President, there may have been a bit of confusion. I'm asking the body to reject the House amendments so that we can continue working a little bit more on that bill.
Thank the senator. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Mr. President, if the gentleman from Loudoun would yield for a question, please.
Will the senator yield?
I yield.
Senator Yields, you have the floor.
Mr. President, my question is, would you like for us to vote red on this, sir?
I would like you to vote red, please.
Thank the senator. With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the Senate concur with the House substitute? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 17, noes 22.
Ayes 17, noes 22. The Senate does not concur with the House substitute.
Senate Bill 1091 has passed the House with amendment.
Senator from Spotsylvania, Senator Reeves.
With the recommendation that we agree to the House amendment, I ask that we concur with the House amendment. Speaking to that.
Senator has the floor.
Well, apparently you can't say any locality. You must say a locality. So this is I guess, an English grammar correction. So that would be a technical amendment.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1091? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate concur with the House amendment? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 35, noes 4.
Ayes 35, noes 4. The Senate concurs with the House amendment.
Senate Bill 1108 has passed the House with substitute.
The junior senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the recommendation that we reject the amendment, the House substitute, I ask that it be accepted. And speaking to that,
Senator has the floor.
The House added language that the bill was declarative of existing law, which the Senate unanimously did not want to have in the bill. And so we need to get this in conference so that we can resolve that.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1108? And Senator, just to clarify, is it with the recommendation that it be rejected? Yes. Okay.
Vote red.
Thank the senator. With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the Senate concur with the House substitute? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 0, noes 39.
Ayes 0, noes 39. The Senate does not concur with the House substitute.
Senate Bill 1135 has passed the House with amendment.
Senator from Arlington, Senator Favola.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mine will be a simple motion. I move that the Senate concur with the House amendment. That's green. This is a very simple, it was a technical amendment that the Department of Social Services asked me to make. I removed the phrase family and individual support in describing the waiver, and I replaced it with statewide developmental disability waiver. So it was very much a cleanup amendment. With that, again, I ask that we concur with the House amendment. Thank you.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1135? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate concur with the House amendment? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate concurs with the House amendment.
Senate Bill 1167 has passed the House with a substitute.
Senator from Russell, Senator Chafin.
Good afternoon, Mr. President.
Good afternoon, Senator.
I move that we concur and that we accept the House substitute.
Thanks, Senator. You want to speak to that?
Yes, sir. The substitute simply was a matter of correcting some language, technical language. There was nothing substantive added to it.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1167? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate concur with the House substitute? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, no 0.
Ayes 38, no 0. The Senate concurs with the House substitute.
Senate Bill 1173 has passed the House with a substitute.
Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servell.
Mr. President, can that bill go by for the day?
Without objection, Senate Bill 1173 will go by for the day.
Senate Bill 1217 has passed the House with amendments.
Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, I move that we concur with the House amendments in speaking that motion.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, as this went out, this was the nursing home bill, truth in advertising bill. As you may recall, late in the process, the Press Association came forward with something that was just more than a technical amendment, but one that they were concerned about. This ensures that it will not impede upon the Press Association's concerns, and I would hope we will concur with the amendments.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is Senator from Northern Fairfax? Senator Howell rise. Oh, okay. Phone down. Okay. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1217? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate concur with the House amendments? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate concurs with the House amendments.
Senate Bill 1273 has passed the House with an amendment.
Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we concur with the House amendment. Speaking to that amendment.
Senator has the floor.
Okay, Mr. President, what this does is provides the department with requisite time to continue phasing in the CQI, that's the Quality Improved Committee, and coordinating data for reporting purposes, and it publishes the first quarterly report on the Virginia Department of Corrections website. Again, I move that we concur.
I thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1273? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate concur with the House amendment? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate concurs with the House amendment.
Senate Bill 1315 has passed the House with a substitute.
Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we concur with the House substitute. Speak to that.
Thank you, Senator. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill, Senate Bill 1315, makes a number of changes to the Virginia 529 College Savings Plan. The House substitute, the only change it makes is removes the emergency clause when it was determined that we no longer need the emergency clause. So I would move that we concur with the House substitute.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1315? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate concur with the House substitute? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate concurs with the House substitute.
Senate Bill 1368 has passed the House with a substitute.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to ask the body to concur with the House substitute and speaking to the substitute.
Has the floor.
This bill also deals with the 529 program, and as of June the 30th of 2018, the prepaid 529 program was funded at almost 137%. So it was overfunded. Now, what this bill does is it indicates that they cannot be overfunded. In other words, the commitments for the prepaid contracts, when you contrast it with the assets, cannot exceed 5%. If it hits 105% of being overfunded, if it is less than 105%, it gives the 529 the folks to raise it up to 5%, but not more than 10%. So I would ask the body concur.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1368? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate concur with the House substitute? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate concurs with the House substitute.
Senate Bill 1381 has passed the House with an amendment.
Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Mr. President, I move that the House accept the Senate accept the House amendments reluctantly. Mr. President,
has the floor.
It pains me greatly to utter those words, but Mr. President, we were more detailed and specific in our laying out of the verbiage. The House wanted it to be much more succinct, and they limited to just the code section.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1381? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate concur with the House amendment? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, no 0.
Ayes 37, no 0. The Senate concurs with the House amendment.
Thank you. Senate Bill 1409 has passed the House with amendment.
Senator from Williamsburg, Senator Mason.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we concur with the House amendments and speaking the motion.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. This allows an assisted living facility to operate up to 2 times in a 2-year period without notifying or having permission from the department. I was very enthusiastic about the bill myself, Mr. President. We moved it from 2 times to 1 time. We only notified 1 time. We should have done it 2 times. This moves it back to 2 times. So I move we can accept the amendment, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1409? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate concur with the House amendment? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate concurs with the House amendment.
Senate Bill 1439 has passed the House with amendments.
The junior senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we accept the House amendment. Very briefly, one of the things that this bill did was to create a working group that would educate all of the relevant stakeholders on the new electronic death certificate process. And at the request of those stakeholders, 2 additional entities were added. And so I ask that we accept the amendment.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1439? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate concur with the House amendments? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate concurs with the House amendments.
Senate Bill 1485 has passed the House with amendments.
Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we concur with the House amendments. Speaking to that,
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. There are 4 technical amendments that are added to this bill, and then one that would limit the amount of meetings that a steering committee that it creates to no more than 4 per year. This deals with long-term employment support services, and I would ask that we agree with the House amendments.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1485? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate concur with the House amendments? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate concurs with the House amendments.
Senate Bill 1495 has passed the House with a substitute.
Senator from Russell, Senator Chafin.
Yes, Mr. President. With the recommendation that we reject the House substitute, I move that we concur. And speaking to that,
you have the floor.
Yes. So my bill, as introduced, would have creates an apprenticeship, an IT apprenticeship program in Southwest Virginia, housed in Southwest Virginia, where people are brought in and trained in IT, and they receive guaranteed employment when they finish the apprenticeship program. But you know what happened when that bill went over to the House? I'll tell you, they put a substitute on that bill, and they took my bill and tried to hijack it and change it to where it would do just the opposite of what I intended, which would send those people elsewhere in the Commonwealth where jobs are more plentiful. So I hope that it would be the pleasure of the body to reject.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1495? Seeing none, with the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the Senate concur with the House substitute? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 0, noes 39.
Ayes 0, noes 39. The Senate does not concur with the House substitute.
We agree to the House amendment on Senate Bill 1521 earlier in the day. Senate Bill 1541 has passed the House with a substitute.
Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we accept the House amendments, and speaking to that.
Senator has the floor.
This bill has to do with waiving service of process and a no-fault divorce before the case is filed. Our bill said that you could waive it either by signing a waiver or by signing a final decree of divorce. The House took signing the final decree of divorce out because you can't confirm the signature. A signed waiver has to be notarized, and so that is more of a guarantee of truthfulness, and so I think we ought to accept the amendments.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1541? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate concur with the House substitute? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate concurs with the House substitute.
Senate Bill 1542, we agreed to the House substitute earlier in the day. Senate Bill 1663 passed the House with amendments.
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, I move that we concur with the House amendments.
Senator has the floor.
And after extensive research and a thorough reading of things, I've concluded that the House has deleted 15 words on lines 117 and 118 and inserted those same 15 words on lines 119 and 120 in the very same sentence. So I'm not sure why they did what they did, but I'm fine with it. So.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1663? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate concur with the House amendments? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate concurs with the House amendments.
Senate Bill 1667 has passed the House with amendments.
Senator from Petersburg, Senator Dance.
Mr. President, I move that we accept the House amendments. And speaking to the motion,
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, amendments offered by the House amends lines 47 and 61 to revert the term length allowed for child support payment agreements back to the length set out in the existing code. All the relevant stakeholders are in support of the amended version, and I again move the adoption of the House amendments.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1667? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate concur with the House amendments? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate concurs with the House amendments.
Senate Bill 1677 has passed the House with a substitute.
Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate concur with the House substitute, and speaking briefly to it.
Senator has the floor.
The language was brought to them by my police chief, so this is not an idea that originated in the House, let me assure you. So this is the Vinton policeman's idea, so I hope that we will accept what's called the House substitute, but really is from a Vinton policeman. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1677? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate concur with the House substitute? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 35, noes 4.
Ayes 35, noes 4. Senate concurs with the House substitute.
Senate Bill 1720 has passed the House with an amendment.
Senator from Williamsburg, Senator Mason.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move we concur with the House amendments and speaking the motion.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I had no such police chief, so unfortunately this is a House idea, and I like the language that said that that we shall provide notice to all relatives that they could be a possible kinship foster parent. But the House changed that. We're a little concerned about the shall and made it take all reasonable steps to do so. So I think it makes sense, Mr. President. I move we concur with the amendment.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1720? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate concur with the House amendment? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, noes 0. The Senate concurs with the House amendment.
Senate Bill 1727, we agreed to the House amendment earlier in the day. Turning to page 17. Regular calendar, House bills on third reading. House Bill 1625, a bill relating to animal care, adequate shelter, adverse weather conditions, reported from the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Natural Resources with a substitute.
Senator from King George, Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. President. At the request of the gentleman from northern Chesapeake, can this go by for one more day?
Without objection, House Bill 1625 will go by for the day.
House Bill 2611, a bill relating to Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative, prohibition on participation by Commonwealth, reported from the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Natural Resources.
Senator from King George, Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move the bill pass and speaking to it.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, this, as we discussed yesterday, is the bill that prohibits the governor or any agency from entering into a cap-and-trade program without a two-thirds majority vote of the General Assembly.
Senator, for what purpose? Senator from Accomack, Senator Lewis rise.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker. Sorry, Mr. President. It's late. Long day. Sorry, Mr. President. Just speaking briefly to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, members of the Senate, I won't trespass on the body's time too long. I remember the admonition of a former Speaker of the body across the hall who said, do you really think there's anybody in here who hasn't made up their mind how they're going to vote on this? So I won't trespass long on your time. But when this bill was presented, it was presented as a process bill. Had nothing to do with the underlying public policy points regarding participation in a regional initiative, and we're all about regionalism here, right? Don't we like regionalism? So it was represented that this was simply a process bill, not about the substance of any regional initiative, such as the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative, although not limited to that. So I just wanted to talk for a minute and remind the body about the process and the process that the regulations to which this is aimed are currently have been through and will currently finish by March of this year. There have been thousands of public comments on the carbon rule, which is currently working its way through the regulatory process with DEQ. There have been 6 public hearings on the carbon rule, where allowing for hundreds of people to appear and speak their minds on this. There has been a stakeholder process involving the manufacturing sector before regulations were even drafted. So what this bill does, apropos of yesterday, really is a wanton intrusion legislatively on the regulatory process that singles out one program when there is a regulatory framework in place by which we promulgate hundreds and hundreds of regulations every year. So with that in mind and purely on process, I would urge the body to vote against the bill.
Thank the senator. For what purpose? Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards rise.
Mr. President, will the senator from King George's County rise for a question?
Will Senator rise for a question?
I will, Mr. President.
As Senator rises, you have the floor.
Since it's not your bill, but nevertheless, since you are asking for it, has the General Assembly ever had a situation where it had to approve by two-thirds vote an executive function like this?
Senator has the floor.
I can't answer that, Mr. President.
Okay.
Further question?
Does a gentleman... Since you can't answer that, maybe you can't answer this one either. Are you aware of what the particular matter is and what the particular regulatory matter that's being finalized?
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I can tell you what this bill seeks to avoid if the gentleman would like for me to do that.
I would love for him to say that.
My understanding of it is that essentially a cap-and-trade program means that we can only allow so much carbon emissions into the environment. And as a result of that, you artificially inflate the cost of energy at a bad result for the people who have to pay for it. And so before you do that, you would want to have a majority of the people in the General Assembly agree to that because it's a burden on the people we represent. That's my best understanding, Mr.
Chairman, is asking another question.
Further question?
Has this regulatory process come to any conclusion?
Senator has the floor.
I'm sorry, Mr. President. I didn't quite understand that question.
Is the regulatory process, has it come to a final conclusion at this point?
I don't believe so, Mr. President. Okay. This seeks to preclude us from getting into this without the agreement of the General Assembly.
Right. Mr. President, speaking against this
Senator,
bad concept, and I associate myself with the gentleman from Accomack, about this is not just a wanton intrusion, it's a willful and wanton intrusion by the legislature into a prerogative of the executive. It has gone through a very rigorous, it is in the process of going through a rigorous process pursuant to law, and the General Assembly has no business getting into this unless they really are anti-science. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose does the senior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Wagner, rise?
Mr. President, I see it slightly a bit different. If we proceed ahead with these regulations that are being proposed right now, it's going to be a willful and wanton intrusion into the ratepayers' pockets across the Commonwealth of Virginia. It's been presented to me like, look, this is going to generate $80, $90 million a year. Well, make no mistake where that $80 or $90 million is coming from. It's coming from the ratepayers. If you do not believe that situation, I ask you to look at the electric rates in the states that are currently in the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative. You will find that every state is significantly higher, and sometimes as much as 2 and approaching 3 times as high per kilowatt hour in the states that have decided to go into the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative as to those who have not gone into the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative. And let me tell you a little bit. And we are worried. I, for one, am worried about carbon and carbon reduction. Our major utility in the Commonwealth of Virginia over the last decade has reduced carbon emissions by 30%. By 30%. We passed a bill last year that put into place certain requirements, one of which is 5,500 new megawatts of solar renewable energy. To give you an idea what 5,500 megawatts represents, it represents the total output of 3 nuclear power plants, to give you an idea of the quantity that goes into that. I don't see any reason why Virginia needs to join some regional effort when we're already doing it ourselves. Why would we want to tie ourselves to other states when we're perfectly capable in the Commonwealth and have demonstrated that we're perfectly capable in the Commonwealth of Virginia of reducing our carbon emissions? We have reduced significantly, and we're one of the lowest carbon outputs of states that don't have access to significant amounts of hydroelectric power. And so I think we're on the right track. I don't think we need to share a region, tie ourselves to Connecticut and New Hampshire, Vermont. I haven't seen no reason why we need to tie it. We are achieving our own goals. I'd rather see those controls put in here. If we go down this road, you could be looking at an early retirement. We talked about this ad nauseum in previous sessions. We could look at an early retirement of the few remaining coal plants that are operational, doing something called stranded cost, not to mention the replacement generation for those stranded costs. Stranded costs are those things where they amortize a power plant over a period of 50 years and find they have to retire it early in order to meet this artificial goal. So the ratepayers will pick that cost up, and then the ratepayers will pick up the cost for the replacement generation for those stranded costs. So I think we're on the right track. We put legislation into place last year that virtually assures we're going to continue to reduce our carbon. But make no mistake, the $80, $90, $100 million that some folks in the administration are talking about, this is going to help pay for sea level rise acclimation. It's going to help pay for those things. That $100 million isn't coming out of thin air. That's coming out of the pockets of ratepayers in your district and my district. And so I think we have a Virginia solution. We put a Virginia solution into place. Let's stick with a Virginia solution, and let's not get ourselves involved in some regional effort. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose does the senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw, rise?
Mr. President, members of the Senate, I listened to what the senator from King George said, and while I won't be here when it occurs, but maybe my grandchildren will remind his children of this speech when that land between the Rappahannock and the Potomac River is under about 4 or 5 feet of water and no longer exists. Talk about inconveniences. I bet the people that live on that land are going to be a little inconvenienced. If you don't think it's real, it's real. There's a reason that Senator Lewis is pretty alarmed about what's going on because he's living with it. And you're next in line. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on House Bill 2611? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 2611 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 18.
Ayes 21, noes 18. House Bill 2611 passes.
House Bill 1674, a bill relating to abuse and neglect of incapacitated adults, informed consent.
Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, I move that the bill pass. And speaking to
Senator,
the bill,
floor.
Mr. President, this bill simply clarifies that declarations of incapacitated persons, like an advanced medical directive, are not valid if they were made at a time in which the person was incapacitated. Makes sense. It is, a lot of people thought it was clear, but apparently there's some judges who feel that the language is unclear and that incapacitated people are able to sign advanced medical directives without this language. So I would move the bill pass.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on House Bill 1674? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 1674 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, noes 0. House Bill 1674 passes.
House Bill 1988, a bill relating to military retirement benefits, marital share, reported from the Committee for Courts of Justice.
Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, I move the bill pass. Speaking to the bill, Mr. President, this simply deals with determinations of equitable distribution and spousal support. Right now, there is federal law that determines certain aspects of how military retirement is to be divided. This simply says that in making those determinations, our judges need to abide by that federal statute.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on House Bill 1988? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 1988 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 35, noes 3.
Ayes 35, noes 3. House Bill 1988 passes.
House Bill 2042, a bill relating to assault and battery against a family or household member, prior conviction, mandatory minimum term of confinement, reported from the Committee for Courts of Justice, and we have a floor amendment.
Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to waive the reading of the floor amendment.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the reading of the floor amendment be waived? All in favor of waiving the reading will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor amendment is waived. Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, I hope you listen closely because this is an important issue. And this is a bill, House Bill 2042, which is a very good bill. And it deserves your close attention, but it also deserves your close attention that we get this correct and we don't put an unfunded mandate on our local jails. And let me explain why. We've had similar legislation for years. I know the gentlelady from Northern Fairfax has carried it, which makes sure that people that are repeat offenders of this statute do serve a mandatory minimum. And I support that. And the mandatory minimum that's laid out in this bill is 60 days. The problem, it comes when you have such an elongated period of time, which in this case would be 20 years, which obviously would have an incredible impact. I believe it would catch over 10,000 people that would currently qualify, which you're talking about a significant amount of jail time that would be eligible for them. We've had a significant fiscal impact, which is why year after year we pass this in the courts committee, but then it gets kicked out of the state budget, so it does become part of our code. This year's bill from Delegate Murphy basically would make the second offense also a misdemeanor, which means that, of course, it wouldn't be a state fiscal impact, but it would be a local fiscal impact. And so essentially what we'd be doing is passing the cost down to our local jails. Now, I've talked with everybody involved, including the Indigent Defense Commission, which represents the public defenders. I've talked to the delegate. She supports this amendment. And basically what the amendment would do would take that 20-year period and narrow it down to 5 years, which I think is much better to get at the nefarious behavior. And by the way, I have no sympathy for these people, none. But I do have. I think we need to be sure our response is measured, and we make sure that the statutes match up, and also that we don't pass along what could be a fairly massive fiscal cost to our local jails, which we have already made a decision we would not accommodate in our state budget. So, having perhaps talked too long, I did want to explain it because it's an important bill, and I hope you'll support the amendment and support the bill. Thank you.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, the senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain, rise.
Mr. President, I rise to offer a contrasting view to speak to the floor amendment.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, members of the Senate, I do understand what the gentleman from Fairfax City is suggesting, but I want to point out a couple of things. Number one, he says that this would affect potentially 10,000 people. Now, think about that. That is 10,000 cases of domestic and spousal abuse, all right, physical abuse. And if it's going to affect 10,000 people, 10,000 cases, I would respectfully submit that this bill has the capacity to make a really meaningful difference in our fight against domestic and family abuse. Second of all, I want to point out 5 years is, in the scheme of this legislation, a relatively small period. The way that this works is that on the first time you're arrested, charged, virtually all of those cases, except perhaps in certain aggravated cases in which this disposition isn't appropriate, there is a deferred disposition or a alternative disposition of the case, which does not result in a conviction. So the second time that you commit a domestic or family assault, that will be the first time you're convicted of this offense. But that's the second offense. And what this does is it captures the third time that you have been arrested and charged with this offense. And I would respectfully submit that 3 times in 5 years, the period of time is too short. And I don't know whether 20 years is the magic number or not. And you may very well pass this amendment, but I think we may be missing an opportunity to do something really meaningful by adopting this amendment.
Thank the senator. Do any senators other than the sponsor of the amendment wish to be heard? Seeing none, Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. And again, I want to respond to my colleague, who's a very good attorney, and he makes all the correct points. But let me point out 2 facts. Yes, it's typically deferred if you have an attorney, if you have a competent attorney. If you don't have a competent attorney, if you perhaps have an incompetent attorney, those are the people that are getting convicted on this the first time. Let's all be clear about that. Second thing, yes, it's important for us to lay down a marker and strike out at this behavior. But notice that we didn't put this in our own state budget year after year when we had that opportunity. Instead, we've passed it down to the localities and said, you pick up the cost. Again, I support this bill. This bill deserves to pass. But I do think that the 20-year, again, the people that are going to get swept up in this bill are not the people that you're thinking of. Okay, this is going to be a very different population to get swept up in this bill. I do think we just ought to slow it down a bit. Again, I think 5 years matches up with other 3 strikes and you're out or 2 strikes and you're out laws that we have. I think 20 is too long. So please support the amendment at a minimum. Let's get this into conference. Thank you.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, the senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Howell, rise.
Mr. President, I apologize for coming after the speaker. I had not intended to speak.
Senator's the floor.
As I've been sitting here thinking about this bill and all the work we've done in the Senate over the last almost 30 years on this issue, it continues. It just keeps continuing. Family violence is just a fact. We haven't been able to make a very large dent in it. And I think it's important that we let people know we at least view it very seriously. And for that reason, I agree with my colleague on the other side of the aisle that I think we should keep it at the 20 years. Thank you.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the floor amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, I move the bill pass. Having already been discussed, described, I do still believe that notwithstanding the amendment that this is an important step towards protecting families from domestic violence. So I would urge that we take this step forward.
Thank you, Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on House Bill 2042? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 2042 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 36, noes 3.
Ayes 36, noes 3. House Bill 2042 passes.
House Bill 2044, a bill relating to medical records, subpoena duces tecum, additional time to comply. Reported from the Committee for Courts of Justice with a substitute.
Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, I move the substitute be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to. Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, I somewhat, I rise to speak in favor and move passage of this bill.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I suppose it's enough to agree with part of this bill. And if somebody wants to make a wholehearted advocacy for this bill, they're certainly welcome to do so. But for fear that there may be nobody to stand up and advocate for this bill, I will respectfully say that the one good thing that this bill really does is it makes it less expensive, thanks to the senator from Fairfax City, for patients to get copies of their own medical records and for litigants to get copies of medical records. The other thing that this does that I'm somewhat less enthusiastic about, but it's in the bill, so I might as well tell you, is it does give hospitals and healthcare providers the ability to ask for an additional period of time to produce them in response to a subpoena duces tecum, which request cannot be unreasonably denied. So that basically is the current practice anyway, but I'd say that the amendment to this bill probably makes this bill more worthwhile. So I would move that the bill pass.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on House Bill 2044? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 2044 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 34, noes 4.
Ayes 34, noes 4. House Bill 2044 passes.
House Bill 2142, a bill relating to school protection officers, minimum training standards exemption. Reported from the Committee for Courts of Justice.
Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, I yield to the senator from Westmoreland or King George.
Senator from King George, Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move the bill pass and speaking to it.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, this bill is identical to a Senate bill that I carried that passed this body with pretty good support. And what it does is it defines a school protection officer, which essentially is a retired law enforcement officer hired part-time to provide law enforcement security services to school systems. What it also does is it gives DCJS the authority to establish the minimum training standards for these school protection officers. It's just another tool that we're trying to give schools to help keep these children safe in school. So I hope the body would pass the bill.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, Senator from Alexandria? Senator Eben rise.
To ask if the senator from King George would yield for a question or two.
Will the senator yield?
I yield.
Senator Yield, you have the floor.
I thank the senator. I just want to be clear. Right now, it's my understanding that we have school resource officers who can have a memorandum of understanding with their department and the school district. This new category of officers, will there be any kind of memorandum of understanding with any particular group about them that will supervise them?
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, the school board would supervise them. They would be hired by the school board after they had received the compulsory training.
Further question?
Yeah, I would ask the gentleman if the school board has other employees who are armed who is qualified to supervise.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I don't know the answer to that question.
Senator.
Speaking briefly.
Senator has the floor.
I would just ask the body to vote no. I know the other bill passed, but this is not the same as a school resource officer who are under the supervision of our police departments. And I think we're starting to go into uncharted territory. When you have a memorandum of understanding about law enforcement, what they can do, what they can't do on the school grounds, and to make sure there's ongoing training, that's one thing. This bill does provide for ability to have training through the police department, but it doesn't mention ongoing supervision, ongoing training, or having a good agreement about what the relationship between these officers and the school children. So with that, I ask that we oppose the bill.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, Senator from Arlington? Senator Favola rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. I asked the committee chair, if the senator from King George County, if he'd rise for a question, and I also have a concern I'd like to state.
Senator rise for a question.
Oh, yes, Mr. President.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will this new category of officers, if you will, go through the exact same training as school resource officers, which the training is provided by the state, and they're already under a budget constraint?
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I think the idea here is that there would be some less training. They're not going to be school resource officers. They're not going to have full police powers like these other folks do. So there are a number of things that they don't have to be trained for. But DCJS is qualified to make that determination, and they are the body that will make the determination and see to it that they are trained.
Well, Mr. President, I'm going to speak in opposition to the bill, in part because when the Commission on Youth delved into the whole school resource officer issue, one of the things we came up with in one of our recommendations was that school systems make an effort, and we actually worded the language more stringently, to ensure that not only would they be trained in a comprehensive way, but that the training offered by the State Department of Criminal Justice included cultural sensitivity, and included information on avoiding racial bias, included information on developmental milestones that young people would be facing. So the effort was to better ensure that our resource officers who are on the schools, on the school grounds, which these folks would be, would have a much broader perspective of the population they were serving. And yes, the memorandum of understanding with the police department would be a helpful tool as well in clarifying roles. So I'm not comfortable going down this path, and I would ask the body to vote against the bill. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose is Senator from Bedford? Senator Newman rise.
Mr. President, speaking in favor of the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, this bill came to Education and Health, and then we refer it to the Committee on Courts, there's a couple of items, and this is a bill that's short and should be read. This bill, as opposed to some out there who have been calling for maybe some of our teachers to be armed, and some have supported that, some have not supported that, but the discussion around that has been, let's get law enforcement, or let's get at least retired law enforcement to come in and do that security work, not the school resource officer work, but the security work. And that's exactly what the bill says. This bill says that the school protection officer will be a retired law enforcement officer that's hired part-time to make sure that the school is safe. Mr. President, the other question came up about the training. As a person who actually carried one of the MOU bills, I think we've gotten the school resource officer part right. Some of the training that was mentioned by the gentlelady from Arlington, I've supported, and I supported in my bill. But when it comes to that person that's really just security, we wanted to have someone who is law enforcement, not have others do it, and this bill, I think, accomplishes that. I hope we would support the bill, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. For what purposes does the junior senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan, rise?
Speaking to the bill, Mr.
Senator
President.
has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would note that we already have, if you look in the bill under the definitions, we already have school resource officers and we already have school security officers in the school buildings, both of whom have duties to provide security and law enforcement. So now we're adding a third one. So there'll be 3 different entities that could be in a single school or a single school division with different powers, different training, different rules that apply to them. And I think we are spending too much time focusing on putting more potentially armed security in a building that has not fully been trained to understand the differences between adults and children, to fully understand the differences between how trauma impacts those children, rather than spending the time putting more of the professionals in the building who can deal with trauma and some of the underlying issues that have led to a need for more security. And I just think we're going down the wrong path with this bill, and I ask you to vote against it.
Thank the senator. Do any senators other than Senator from King George wish to be heard? Seeing none, Senator from King George, Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. President. Nobody else wishes to speak. You know, Mr. President, we see on television and we hear about these school shootings, and everybody talks a lot about we've got to do something to keep these children safe. This is a reasonable, common sense measure to help protect these children. This is for elementary and secondary schools. It's retired law enforcement who have been trained and who have protected us, generally for their whole lives, people that we've trusted to protect us. Now we're going to let DCJS say, okay, here's the extra training you need. But it just is beyond the pale. And I can't understand, Mr. President. We've got to do everything we can. These are little children who go to school to learn, and we have got to try to protect them from people that would come into a very soft target and kill them. And I hope you think about that as you vote for this bill.
Question is, shall House Bill 2142 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 26, noes 13.
Ayes 26, noes 13. House Bill 2142 passes.
House Bill 2542, a bill relating to delegation of parental or legal custodial powers, child placing agency, reported from the Committee for Courts of Justice.
Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, I move that the bill pass. And speaking to the bill,
has the floor.
Mr. President, members of the Senate, this deals primarily with foster care cases. Some cases can really be handled cooperatively and with the consent of the parents. And this is a bill that arose out of a study that was done in Southside Virginia, which actually worked really very well. What it involves is mom and dad or custodial parent giving a power of attorney regarding the care, custody, and property of their minor child. It limits the power of attorney to 180 days. This is to be done only with a approved child placement agency under the supervision of the Department of Social Services and with appropriate background checks, and the power of attorney can be revoked immediately at any time. This is in order to provide parents who are able more input into the disposition and fate of their children, give them more ability to have them placed in a family situation, and to provide the authority to the appropriate family members or friends for placement of those children and care of those children. So it would be my hope that this bill will pass.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on House Bill 2542? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 2542 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. House Bill 2542 passes.
House Bill 2615, a bill relating to capital murder punishment, reported from the Committee for Courts of Justice.
Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, I move that the bill pass. And speaking to
Senator
the
has
bill,
the floor.
Mr. President, this is a companion to the bill that the senator from Grayson County carried and very eloquently advocated for earlier in session, dealing with capital punishment cases involving the murder of law enforcement officers. This bill started out identical to that. It also went through the House process, and there were in that process some concerns articulated, and this bill is very similar in that it establishes a mandatory minimum. It does not change the death penalty in any way. Doesn't make it any more, or I believe less likely that somebody will receive capital punishment. It is a capital murder statute, but what it says is what I think most every prosecutor really believed was the case anyway, that if you have a defendant who is over the age of 18, who has committed a capital murder, one that qualifies as one of those within the list of the worst, the most reprehensible crimes that are on the books in the Virginia Code, that there is a mandatory minimum, as long as they are over 18 years of age, mandatory minimum of life in prison upon a capital murder conviction. That's what this bill does.
For what purpose is Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson, rise?
Gentleman, yield for a question.
Will Senator yield?
I yield.
Senator Yield, you have the floor.
I would ask the gentleman currently who would decide this sentence.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, it would be the judge or jury.
Further question.
Further question.
I would ask the gentleman if this was a jury trial and the facts were pled to the jury and the jury sat in judgment as to whether or not the person was innocent or guilty, who in that case would actually render the sentence?
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, it would be a jury.
Further question.
Further question.
I would ask the gentleman, does he not think that juries are capable of making these decisions on their own?
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, what I would say is that in the event that a case is prosecuted as a capital murder case and it is found that there is a capital murder conviction, this establishes that a jury will have to decide between life in prison or death. Now, a prosecutor may charge a different offense. And if the prosecutor does not believe that this is a capital offense, they can charge it as something other than a capital offense. And in that event, a jury will have more discretion. However, if somebody is convicted of mass murder, the murder of a police officer, murder of a child, murder during the commission of a rape, the options should be life in prison or death.
Further question, Mr. President.
Further question?
I yield.
Senator has the floor.
And I'd ask the gentleman, I have 15 categories here of people that would qualify, including a premeditated killing of a person for hire, a premeditated killing of a person in a correctional facility, a premeditated killing of a person in the commission of a robbery or attempted robbery. And then it goes on. So is there any reason you feel like a jury could not weigh the facts and circumstances and decide on an appropriate punishment in those situations?
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, what I would say is that the gentleman has laid out a quandary that may be a quandary for some in this chamber, but we have identified these as crimes that are the worst of the worst. And if we do not believe that these are crimes that warrant either life in prison or a death penalty, then the appropriate thing to do is to remove them from the list. And that would be by a bill next year that the gentleman is certainly welcome to bring. But the question before us today is that whether you believe that if somebody is convicted of committing one of these 15 offenses, that they ought to receive something less than life in prison. And I believe the answer to that is no.
I'll speak to the bill at the appropriate
Senator has the floor. Now will be the appropriate time.
Okay. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, one thing I've learned in my career is that ordinary people have more common sense than politicians. Okay? Let me repeat that in case you didn't hear it. Ordinary people have more common sense than politicians because ordinary people make decisions based on the facts and what's in front of them, not necessarily about what people will think about them the next day. All right? This is a classic case. We have a jury system in this state which is part of our constitutional rights. We've had it since the 1600s. It's a system that works. Sometimes you may like it, sometimes you may not like it. I've seen juries convict people of death. I've seen people let off from death by the same juries. We saw that in the sniper shootings up in our D.C. area years ago. But the bottom line is the jury is the voice of the community. And what we're doing is basically taking away from the jury the discretion to make a decision. These are heinous crimes. When you kill somebody in a penal facility, that's a heinous crime. Does it deserve life imprisonment? Well, who knows? I mean, there may be circumstances which don't excuse the crime, but at least give context to it. Juries have the ability to make these decisions better than we do. So why are we taking away that ability? Either side, in this case, can choose a jury. Either side. The gentleman from Grayson had a very good bill, which I voted for because there was a specific case where a judge did not make a correct decision. I'm not here to second-guess that, but that's basically what was promoted in that bill. And we passed that bill. That bill would become a nullity. It would become moot if we just simply say, you know what? All capital crimes get life in prison if there's not death. His bill would become moot. All the testimony that we heard that was riveting, gripping testimony would become moot because any capital crime would then become subject to life in prison. So I'm going to differ with my colleague on this one. I trust juries. I trust juries more than I trust politicians, and that's why I'm voting against this bill.
Thanks, Senator. For what purpose is Senator from Western Fairfax? Senator Marsden rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the gentleman from Rockingham yield for a question?
Senator yield.
I yield.
Senator yield. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. My memory is incomplete on the capital statutes, but is this bill attempting to deal with the problem that was brought up in Miller versus Alabama and some other kinds of situations where mandatory life is not mandatory if a judge can suspend the sentence? And are we trying to solve the possibility that a life sentence could be suspended under our capital statutes?
I can't speak to the patron's motivation. However, I would say that this would adequately address that, but I don't know that that was the motivation of the patron or not.
Question?
I would ask if this bill could, we're getting right towards the end here, but this bill could go by temporarily to see if someone on the committee could ask whether under a capital offense, whether if you give a life, it requires, I believe, a life sentence, but that a judge can currently suspend part of that sentence under our current capital, and I'm just not sure of that.
Floor. I think I can answer that question. I believe that there is a difference of opinion on that issue, and I do not believe that it has been definitively resolved.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Thanks, Senator. What purpose, Senator from Eastern Fairfax? Senator Surville, rise.
Speaking to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Something like 9 out of 10 or 95 out of 100 criminal cases today are resolved by plea. And the reason they're resolved by plea is because of bills like this. And the reason that we have more and more people coming before us today being exonerated by DNA evidence is because of bills like this. Because this bill puts so much pressure on people, they confess to things that they didn't do. They get a detective in a room who tells them, you're going to go to jail for the rest of your life. They freak out, and they confess. This bill is nothing but a part of a very long trend of mandatory minimums, of taking power away from juries, of us exercising our judgment about how crimes we haven't even seen committed ought to be punished, when we haven't even learned about the people who committed them. And what you find is when you actually practice law and you do these cases, the more information you give juries, the more they exercise their discretion and their human compassion and their nature and their judgment, and they realize that human beings are not, they do things for different reasons. And it's very easy to sit here for us to second guess and judge about things we haven't even seen, but cases happen for a lot of different reasons. And that's why we empower juries to make decisions. What this also does is overly empowers prosecutors. We've been giving more and more power to prosecutors for the last 30 years instead of leaving it where our Constitution leaves it, is with our juries. So I thought we were done with mandatory minimums. Today we've done 2. Apparently, when I first got here 10 years ago, we seemed to do 3 or 4 or 5 every session. For the last few, we haven't done any. In the last 24 hours, we've done 2. I thought we'd stop that trend. I thought we'd learned our lesson in this country. But there's been books and books and books written about statutes like this. It's a bad idea. I say we leave the power with the jury where the founders of our state placed it in 1776, where they said, as I said earlier, the right to trial by jury is sacred, where we've had juries make these decisions and communities decide what to do. We should let this bill go by the wayside.
For what purpose is a senior senator from Fairfax? Senator Saslaw, rise.
Mr. President, members of the Senate, I thought I heard the senator from Rockingham say this was a companion bill. I thought that's what he said to the senator from Grayson's bill. That came here essentially with saying the same thing, except, and it's a big except, it only applied to the policemen. And I agreed with that, and I voted for it. This expands it to everybody. I mean, there's no one that's left out. As I told you all before, I don't have, a moral problem with capital punishment. But it seems to me we really need to be, and neither one of these were capital punishment bills because it dealt with mandatory life imprisonment. But it seems to me that we really need to be real careful when we start taking these away, taking the decision-making process away from the judges and the juries. And the senator from Eastern Fairfax is exactly right. This is why you're seeing all of these criminal cases plea bargained anymore, because of statutes like this. It seems to me that we're heading in the wrong direction. So I would hope that, and all the people in the legal profession say that these are things we ought not to be doing. The judges, all the judges that I've met have said, don't give us any more mandatory sentences. It just makes things worse. Former Chief Justice, was Rehnquist. And Rehnquist complained about mandatory sentencing and the problems it created. So, I'm not saying these people who do these shouldn't get long prison sentences, but that's why we have judges and that's why we have juries, and we ought not to be passing this bill. It's pretty simple.
Do any senators other than Senator from Rockingham wish to be heard? Seeing none, Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, just in order to assuage some of the concerns, perhaps, maybe not, but both of these bills, if they pass, they're going to go across the road over here. They're going to land on the desk of a governor who is going to look at both of these. They are not in conflict with one another. But if I had to guess, I would guess the governor is going to try and figure out which one of these he wants. But I'm here to tell you that simply saying we trust the jury, I trust juries too. I believe that juries in Virginia try really hard to get it right. But we have an awful lot of rules and an awful lot of guardrails. We don't have a system in which a prosecutor goes in and just throws up a bunch of facts and says, y'all do just whatever you want. It's just not the way that the system works. What we have done is we have done it. We have passed laws that say these reprehensible offenses are capital crimes. If it is not a capital offense, our prosecutors have an obligation to pursue justice. And that obligation is one that requires them to make some tough choices. And sometimes those choices may be between charging a capital offense or amending a charge or amending it to first degree. But if somebody is charged with a capital offense, a jury is going to have to decide, A, whether he's guilty of the capital offense, and then decide whether he or she deserves the ultimate penalty. And that's the choice. That's the choice that's being given. If they are guilty of one of those 15 offenses, we are saying that they ought to, at minimum, spend the rest of their lives in prison. And that's the choice that this bill provides to us. And if you think that there is an offense in that list of 15 for which we shouldn't allow a jury to make that choice, then let's pull it out and have a debate about which of those 15 we need to pull out. With that, I renew my motion that the bill pass.
Question is, shall House Bill 2615 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 18.
Ayes 21, noes 18. House Bill 2615 passes.
House Bill 2748 was passed earlier in the day.
Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move the rules be suspended and HJR 823 be taken up for immediate consideration.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the rules be suspended and HJR 823 be taken up for immediate consideration? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The rules are suspended to take up the resolution for immediate consideration. The clerk will please read the title.
House Joint Resolution number 823, commending Rosemary Tribble.
Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Mr. President, I move the resolution be agreed to.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the resolution be agreed to? All in favor of agreeing to the resolution will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolution is agreed to. Senator from James City, Senator from Fauquier, Senator Vogel.
I'm sorry, Mr. President. Thank you very much. Having voted on the prevailing side by which we passed House Bill 2042, I would like to ask that please be reconsidered so that
what page are we on, Senator?
Vote. That would be page 18, House Bill 2042.
Question is, shall the vote by which House Bill 2042 passed be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The motion is agreed to. Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, I move that the bill as amended pass, and having already explained the bill.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall House Bill 2042 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. House Bill 2042 passes. Senator from Northern Chesapeake, Senator Spruill. Okay. All right.
Mr. President.
Senator from Fauquier, Senator Vogel.
Sorry to do this one more time. Having voted on the prevailing side by which we passed House Bill 2611, and I don't know what page that's on.
Page 17.
I would like to please ask that be reconsidered.
Page 17.
Page 17. Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the vote by which House Bill 2611 passed be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The motion is agreed to. Senator from King George, Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd move the bill pass, having previously been explained.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall House Bill 2611 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 20, noes 19.
Ayes 20, noes 19. House Bill 2611 passes. The Senate will stand at ease momentarily. The Senate will come to order. The senators will please take their seats. Those persons not entitled to the privilege of the floor will please retire to the gallery. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. If I could interrupt your convivial conversation just for a moment, might help orient you for the rest of the afternoon. Currently, the House of Delegates is standing in recess until 5:30. And there are 17 Senate revenue bills that hopefully are being administratively processed by the House Clerk's office to send them down. And we really don't know at this point what action the House took on the Senate revenue bills. But when they do arrive, obviously we will either accept or reject whatever action the House of Delegates has taken. If, in fact, we were to reject the action on any of the 17 bills that the House of Delegates has taken on the revenue bills, then they would go back to the House of Delegates. So what I am suggesting to you, for those of you that have plans this evening, you perhaps may not want to make it for an early event this evening, because I can very easily see us being here in 7 or 7:30. Yes. And unfortunately, there is not anything that we can do to expedite the process. The Senate clerk staff is ready to communicate the House revenue bills that we have acted on. They have been ready for some period of time, but some unknown has suggested to them not to communicate them until the House is prepared to move forward, and there's nothing insidious there. So having said that, I'm going to, with great anguish, ask that the Senate stand in recess until 5:30, and I am going to yield to the senior senator who is the chairman of the Courts Committee.
Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, members of the Senate, rise for an announcement. The Courts Committee will convene immediately upon recess in our regular meeting space. We have 27 bills that hopefully we can work through real quickly.
Thank you, Senator. All right.
Today, Wednesday, February 13th, 2019, the Committee on General Laws and Technology will meet immediately upon recess at the chair's desk. The Committee for Courts of Justice will meet immediately upon recess in Senate Room A in the Pocahontas Building. The Committee on Transportation will meet immediately upon recess in Senate Room 3 in the Capitol.
I'm good. All right. The Senate stands in recess until 5:30 p.m. Senate will come to order. The senators will please take their seats. Those persons not entitled to the privilege of the floor will please retire to the gallery.
Senator from James City County.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Madam Clerk, how long is that communication from the House?
We have two.
We have two. And
I think, Mr. President, I respectfully move we waive the
Deese
reading of any communications from the House of Delegates.
Question is, shall the reading of the communication from the House of Delegates be waived? All in favor of waiving the reading will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 29, noes 10. A new record.
Ayes 29, noes 10. The reading of the communication from the House of Delegates.
Teach me to leave. Supplemental calendar number 1 for Wednesday, February 13th. Unfinished business House. House Bill 2798. The House has rejected the Senate amendment.
Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the recommendation that we reject the amendment.
It's an insistent request.
And so we're all the way to insist and request. I insist and request a conference.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the Senate insist on its amendment and respectfully request a committee of conference on the bill? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 0.
Ayes 38, noes 0. The Senate insists on its amendment and requests a committee of conference on the bill.
No, we need to. Actually, this is wrong now.
On House Bill 1722, the House agreed to the substitute. House Bill 1770, the House rejected the Senate amendment.
Senator from Spotsylvania, Senator Reeves.
Mr. President, I would insist and request a committee of conference on House Bill 1770.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate insist and request on its amendment and respectfully request a committee of conference on the bill? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 1.
Ayes 37, noes 1. The Senate insists on its amendment and requests a committee of conference on the bill.
House Bill 1939, the House agreed to the Senate amendments, and there's no further action on that. House Bill 2014, the House agreed to the Senate amendments, no further action. House 2026, the House rejected the Senate amendment.
Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I must insist on our amendments and request a committee of conference.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the Senate insist on its amendment and request a committee of conference on the bill? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 0.
Ayes 38, noes 0. The Senate insists on its amendment and requests a committee of conference on the bill.
House Bill 2186, the House has agreed to the Senate amendment. House Bill 2539, the House has agreed to the Senate amendment. House Bill 2540, the House has rejected the Senate amendment.
Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate insist on its amendments and request a committee of conference.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the Senate insist on its amendments and request a committee of conference on the bill? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, no 0.
Ayes 37, no 0. The Senate insists on its amendment and requests a committee of conference on the bill.
House Bill 2651, the House has agreed to the Senate amendment. House Bill 2718, the House has rejected the Senate substitute.
Senator from Grayson, Senator Carrico.
I request we insist on our amendments.
I thank the senator. Question: shall the Senate insist on its amendments and respectfully request a committee of conference on the bill? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, no 0.
Ayes 38, no 0. The Senate insists on its amendment and requests a committee of conference on the bill.
House Bill 2748, the House has agreed to the Senate substitute. Unfinished business Senate. Senate Bill 1073 has passed the House with amendments.
Senator from Western Fairfax, Senator Marsden.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we accept the House amendments. They insist on spelling the word interstate out, which is a waste of letters, but let it be so.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the Senate accede? I'm sorry. Hold on. Question: shall the Senate concur with the House amendments? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, no 0.
Ayes 37, no 0. The Senate concurs with the House amendments.
Senate Bill 1083 has passed the House with a substitute with amendments.
Senator from Mecklenburg, Senator Ruff.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we concur with the House amendments.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the Senate concur with the House amendment? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 36, noes 2.
Ayes 36, noes 2. The Senate concurs with the House amendment.
Senate Bill 1126 has passed the House with a substitute.
Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I shall I say, move that we reject the House substitute.
Okay.
So with the recommendation that we reject the House substitute, I move that the substitute be agreed to.
Thank the senator. With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is,
Mr. President.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I rise in support of the gentlelady from Portsmouth. Obviously, the reason we're dealing with Senate Bill 1126, as it was reported from the Senate in its original form, did include some revenue issues. Interestingly enough, they have sent us an amendment in the nature of a substitute back that is a study. And that raises a couple of interesting parliamentary procedures, but I think we will give them an opportunity to reflect on their ill advice and transgressions and reject their substitute.
Thanks, Senator. With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the Senate concur with the House substitute? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 0, noes 38.
Ayes 0, noes 38. The Senate does not concur with the House substitute.
Mr. President, can we pause just very briefly?
Sure.
Ryan.
Senate will be at ease.
Senate Bill 1216 has passed the House with amendment.
Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I must insist on our amendments and request a conference. Nope, not like, then with the recommendation that we reject the House amendment, I move that we concur.
Thank the Senator. With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the Senate concur with the House amendment? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 0, noes 38.
Ayes 0, noes 38. The Senate does not concur with the House amendment.
Page 9, Senate Bill 1365 has passed the House with amendment.
The junior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator D. Staff.
Mr. President, I move we concur with the House amendment.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate concur with the House amendment? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 17.
Ayes 21, noes 17. The Senate concurs with the House amendment.
Senate Bill 1413 has passed the House with amendments.
Senator from Williamsburg, Senator
Thank you,
Mason.
Mr. President, I move we concur with the House amendments and speak in that motion.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I ask you to concur with this. This is the oyster aquaculture bill. I ask for this because a group of citizens came to the Capitol and had some concerns. This made their concerns go away. So I ask that you concur and support the amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the Senate concur with the House amendments? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 1.
Ayes 37, noes 1. The Senate concurs with the House amendments.
Senate Bill 1420 has passed the House with a substitute.
Senior Senator from Richmond City, Senator Sturdivant.
Mr. President, with the recommendation that it be rejected, I move that we concur with the House substitute.
Question is, with the recommendation that it be rejected, shall the Senate concur with the House substitute? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 0, noes 38.
Ayes 0, noes 38. The Senate does not concur with the House substitute.
Senate Bill 1560.
Junior Senator from Virginia Beach, Senator D. Staff.
If we could call our attention to Senate Bill 1365, having voted on the prevailing side of that, request we recall that one.
Question is, shall the vote by which the Senate concurred with the House amendment be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 0.
Ayes 38, noes 0. The motion is agreed to. The junior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator D. Staff.
Mr. President, can that go by temporarily?
Without objection, Senate Bill 1365 will go by temporarily.
Senate Bill 1565 has passed the House with amendment.
Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. And with this amendment, I will concur, and I ask the body to concur.
Thank the Senator.
Kindness in my
Question is, shall the Senate concur with the House amendment? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 0.
Ayes 38, no 0. The Senate concurs with the House amendment.
Senate Bill 1652 is passed the House with amendments.
Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now, with this amendment, Mr. President, I move that we concur with the House.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the Senate concur with the House amendments? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 0.
Ayes 38, no 0. The Senate concurs with the House amendments.
Senate Bill 1668 is passed the House with a substitute.
Senator from Spotsylvania, Senator Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the recommendation to be rejected, I ask that we concur with the House substitute.
Thank the Senator. With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the Senate concur with the House substitute? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 1, noes 37.
Ayes 1, noes 37. The Senate does not concur with the House substitute.
Senate Bill 1709 is passed the House with amendment.
Senator from Lynchburg, Senator Pete.
Oh, Mr. President, sadly, I must move that we concur with the House amendment.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate concur with the House amendment? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 34, noes 3.
Ayes 34, noes 3. The Senate concurs with the House amendment.
Senate Bill 1715 has passed the House with a substitute.
Senator from Northwestern Fairfax, Senator Boysko.
Mr. President, with the recommendation that we reject the substitute, I move that the substitute be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the Senate concur with the House substitute? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 1, noes 37.
Ayes 1, noes 37. The Senate does not concur with the House substitute.
You got page
12.
Senate Bill 1716 has passed the House with a substitute.
Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, I move that we concur with the House substitute, but dang it, I reject it. And you should too.
Thank the Senator. With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the Senate concur with the House substitute? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 0, noes 38.
Ayes 0, noes 38. Chair votes no. I'm just kidding. It's not. The Senate does not concur with the House substitute.
Senate Bill 1751 has passed the House with a substitute.
Senator from Mecklenburg, Senator Ruff.
Thank you, Mr. President. To leave things on a more positive note, I move that we concur with the House substitute.
Thank you, Senator. Question is, shall the Senate concur with the House substitute? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 1.
Ayes 37, noes 1. The Senate concurs with the House substitute.
Returning to page 2, House Bill 1700.
Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would. I would move that we reject. Yes. No. Actually, which point are we at now?
Okay, we got signals crossed.
Beg
It's
pardon?
not before us right now.
It's not before us? Okay.
1365.
Returning to page 9, House Bill 1365.
Junior Senator from Virginia Beach, Senator D. Steph.
All right, Mr. President. On Senate Bill 1365, we agree in concept with the House amendment. It was not clearly written, but after conferring with some of my legal minds around here, we believe that we should accept, e.g., hit the green button and concur with the House amendments, even though it could have been written much more clear. So that means hit the green button, please. Thank you very much.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the Senate concur with the House amendment? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 23, noes 15.
Ayes 23, noes 15. The Senate concurs with the House amendment.
I want to call on
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
I'll defer to the senator from Augusta.
Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger. Senate will stand at ease. Hey, Tara, here's your...
No problem.
The Senate will come to order. The senators will please take their seats. Those persons not entitled to the privilege of the floor will please retire to the gallery. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I respectfully move we waive the reading of any communications received from the House of Delegates, regardless of how belated they may be.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the reading of the communication from the House of Delegates be waived? All in favor of waiving the reading will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 29, noes 8.
Ayes 29, noes 8. The reading of the communication from the House of Delegates is waived.
House Bill 1700. The House has rejected the Senate's fine substitute.
Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate this opportunity. Mr. President, I move that the Senate do insist on its amendments and request a committee of conference.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the Senate insist on its amendments and respectfully request a committee of conference on the bill? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 0.
Ayes 38, noes 0. The Senate insists on its amendments and requests a committee of conference on the bill.
Senator McDougal.
Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the rules be suspended to appoint conferees for House Bill 2026, House Bill 2798, and Senate Bill 1216.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the rules be suspended to appoint conferees? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 0.
Ayes 38, noes 0. The rules are suspended.
Conferees on the part of the Senate as named by the Chairman of Rules Committee on behalf of Senator Newman are Senators Newman, Donovan, and Barker. On House Bill 1770, conferees on the part of the Senate as named by the Chairman of Rehab and Social Services, Senator Reeves, are Senator Reeves, Mason, and Norman. On House Bill 2026, conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chairman of Rules, Senator McDougal, on behalf of the Chairman of Education and Health, Senator Newman, or Senators Newman, Donovan, and Spruill. House Bill 2540, conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the co-chairs of Senate Finance, Senators Norman and Hanger, or Senators Howell, Donovan, Boysko. On House Bill 2718, conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chairman of Transportation, Senator Carrico, or Senators Obenshain, Carrico, and Edwards.
All right, so now go to page 8.
On page 8,
Senate Bill 1126.
Senate Bill 1126.
The House has insisted and requested.
The House insists and requests a committee of conference.
So we go to Senator Lucas.
Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we accede to the conference committee request.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate accede to the request for a committee of conference on Senate Bill 1126? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 0.
Ayes 38, noes 0. The Senate accedes to the request for a committee of conference.
Conferees on the part of the Senate on Senate Bill 1126 is named by the Chairman of General Laws and Technology, Senator Ruff, or Senators Carrico, Lucas, and Sturtevant. Senate Bill 1216.
The House has insisted and requested.
The House insists and requests on a committee of conference.
Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. We accede to the conference committee.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate accede to the request for a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 0.
Ayes 37, noes 0. The Senate accedes to the request for a committee of conference.
Conference on Senate Bill 1216 is named by Senator McDougal, Chairman of Rules, for Senator Newman, Chairman of Education and Health, are Senators Newman, Donovan, and Barker.
Yeah.
Senate Bill 1420. The House insists on its amendments and requests a committee of conference.
Senior Senator from Richmond City, Senator Sturtevant.
Mr. President, I move that we accede to the committee of conference.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate accede to the request for a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 1.
Ayes 37, noes 1. The Senate accedes to the request for a committee of conference.
Conference on the part of the Senate on 1420, named by the Chairman of Rehabilitation and Social Services, Senator Reeves, Senator Sturtevant, Mason, and D-Staff. On Senate Bill 1668, the House insists on its substitute and requests a committee of conference.
Senator from Spotsylvania, Senator Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would accede to the conference committee.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate accede to the request for a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 1.
Ayes 37, noes 1. The Senate accedes to the request for a committee of conference.
Conference on the part of the Senate on Senate Bill 1668 is named by the Chairman of Rehabilitation and Social Services, Senator Reeves, are Senators Reeves, Mason, and Norman. Senate Bill 1715. The House insists on its substitute and request a committee of conference.
Senator from Northwestern Fairfax, Senator Boysko.
Mr. President, I move that we accede the request for the conference.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate accede to the request for a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 0.
Ayes 37, noes 0. The Senate accedes to the request for a committee of conference.
Conference on the part of the Senate on Senate Bill 1715 is named by the co-chairs of Senate Finance, Senators Norman and Hanger, are Senators Boysko, Howell, and Donovan. On Senate Bill 1716, the House insists on its substitute and requests a committee of conference.
Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, I move that we accede to the House request for a committee of conference.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate accede to the request for a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 0.
Ayes 38, noes 0. The Senate accedes to the request for a committee of conference.
Conference on the part of the Senate. Senate Bill 1716 is named by the Chairman of Transportation, Senator Carrico, are Senators Carrico, Obenshain, and Edwards.
Senate will be at ease. Senate will come to order. Senators will please take their seats. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
The House of Delegates has acceded to the request of the Senate for a committee of conference on House Bill 1700. Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the co-chairs of Senate Finance, Senators Hanger and Norman, or Senators Norman, Hanger, Saslaw, Howell, Newman, Ruff, and Wagner.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Mr. President, is it time to adjourn sine die? Inquiry of the clerk, is there any other things that we can laboriously do tonight?
Absolutely not. One shopping day. Barely.
Mr. President.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Mr. President, I know that there's a lot of pent-up emotion and willingness to talk tonight on points of personal privilege, and it will be so much more eloquent tomorrow. With that, Mr. President, are there any further announcements that need to be made?
No, they will be printed on your calendar in the morning.
Mr. President.
Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Rise for an announcement.
The senator has the floor.
The Senate Republican caucus will meet at 11:15 tomorrow morning down in House Room 1.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be recognized? Seeing none, Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now respectfully move that the Senate adjourn until 12 noon tomorrow, sir.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the Senate stand adjourned until 12 noon tomorrow? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. Chair is uncertain. The motion passes. The Senate will stand adjourned until 12 noon tomorrow.